Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey to the past and explore a mystery on a foggy moor with none other than Sherlock Holmes himself. We'll traipse through flower-filled meadows, meander through candle-lit taverns, and even explore the rocky coast of England on a rainy afternoon. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space we are in, here and now. Allow yourself to find a comfortable position in your bed. With your eyes closed, take just a few seconds to pay attention to the way your body feels. Imagine a glowing ball of soothing green light above you. It pulses and glows, illuminating your room in an utterly calming shade of green, a shade that reminds you of the first day of summer as a child, a shade that reminds you of the leaves of a maple tree swaying in a vibrant meadow. As you breathe in, feel that glowing green light journey down, down, down to you. As that air fills your lungs, feel the light press against your skin, a warm, soothing touch that releases any tension you are carrying. Breathe in and feel as the light touches the top of your head. Exhale, noticing that the light has unwound any messy or heavy thoughts you have been carrying with you, releasing the tension around your eyes and in your jaw. Breathe in and feel as that light touches your chest. It takes the weight off of your chest, the weight of others' expectations, the pressure you put on yourself. When you breathe now, you can really, truly breathe. Breathe in and feel as that light brushes against your arms and legs. Your fists unclench, and your legs and arms simply melt into the mattress, ready to get the rest and relaxation that they deserve, that you deserve. Know that you can return to this light at any time. The tension within your body isn't necessary, and it can easily be addressed by closing your eyes and giving yourself a few moments to simply breathe. Now that we have taken some time to unwind and find comfort in the space we are in, let us begin. It was a rainy day in London. At 221B Baker Street, things began as they normally did. Sherlock Holmes awoke to the sound of the city echoing just beyond his window. He'd first noticed the weather well before anyone else was awake. On most summer days, he would hear the tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap of the old oak tree outside his window brushing against the glass. Then he would hear the birds starting to stir. There was a cardinal's nest almost pressed up against the glass. Nestled against the stone bricks of his home for shelter, you would hear the scarlet cardinal's call echo through the streets as it beckoned to its mate in the early morning hours. Some days, it was just then that Sherlock Holmes would open his eyes. The first thing he would see would be that cardinal curled up in its nest, silhouetted by the vibrant green leaves, and beyond that, a bright blue sky peppered with the occasional stark white cloud. It was a wonderful, welcome sight first thing in the morning. Perhaps Holmes liked it so much because it contrasted what the rest of his day was going to look like. There was no mystery in the cardinal, no ulterior motives, no secrets or lies or conclusions to come to. The cardinal wanted to simply be. Holmes often wondered to himself what that felt like. But today, there was no cardinal outside his window. And today, there was no sunny sky. But there were plenty of clouds. It was a particularly rainy summer, one that would certainly go down in history. And oddly, Holmes adored it. There was something about solving a mystery in the haze of a rainy day that made it feel both more poetic and more essential. Holmes crawled out of his bed. He journeyed down the stairs to find Watson already awake, paging through a novel he had already undoubtedly read dozens of times. The two sat at the kitchen table in silence for quite some time, enjoying the other sounds of morning. Horses moving in the streets outside, children laughing and skipping along, the sound of merchants dragging their wares to their stores. And today, they had the sound of the fire to keep them company. They read and sipped their tea peacefully, preparing themselves mentally for the journey that was ahead of them, the mystery they were sure to solve. It was then that they heard a knock on the door, a solid knock that stirred Watson from his chair without much hesitation. Holmes rose and crossed to the study, ready to see what the day had to offer him. The man who walked into their house, dripping wet, holding a worn umbrella, looked particularly distant. When he sat down, he sighed, as though the world was sighing with him. "What brings you here today?" Holmes asked, sitting down in a chair next to the crackling fire. The man introduced himself as Edgar Layton, and after the mere mention of his name, he didn't have to explain much more about himself. Edgar Layton was a man of immense wealth, a man who owned dozens of businesses peppered all across London and the countryside, a man who lived in a particularly stunning mansion on the other side of town, a mansion that was surrounded by apple trees and ponds and lush gardens that were cared for by groundspeople, not Mr. Layton himself. Mr. Layton explained that his precious 18-year-old daughter, Beatrice, had gone missing. It had been a mere 12 hours, and Mr. Layton knew that something was wrong. "Are you sure she isn't gallivanting around, Mr. Layton? After all, she is an adult now, is she not?" Watson asked. Mr. Layton explained that Beatrice was a girl on a tight schedule. She never strayed from her schedule. When Watson asked if she could have potentially run away, Mr. Layton scoffed. He explained that Beatrice was not the kind of girl to run away. She was obedient, caring, and kind. She had very few friends she could run away with. They were all aristocrats, and he had already checked with them and their families to ensure Beatrice wasn't with them. He revealed that Beatrice was last seen going to bed the previous night. When the maid came into the room the following morning, she was already gone. "I suspect one of the groundspeople has taken her," Mr. Layton said. Holmes silently nodded, carefully listening to Mr. Layton's words and reading his body language with intention. He could tell Mr. Layton was a man that thought highly of himself and did so shamelessly. And Holmes suspected that he wasn't a man who was particularly close to his daughter. Holmes promised Mr. Layton that he would get to the bottom of the mystery and find Mr. Layton's daughter. First, he would have to see the room that she disappeared from. The ride to the mansion was a long one. As it came into view, Holmes was careful not to let his shock show. He had seen plenty of luxurious, decadent homes in his day, but none that rivaled the Layton estate. They journeyed up the winding driveway that was lined with ancient poplar and oak trees. The elaborate craftsmanship of the mansion truly came into view then. The windows and columns were carved with stunning depictions of nature. There were trees and wildlife and birds peppered all over the marble and stone, crafting a totally unique artistic display. And the inside of the house was even more lavish. They entered through a grand foyer with mahogany and marble staircases that wrapped around the room underneath, carefully crafted stained glass windows. Overhead, a chandelier sparkled, a chandelier that was undoubtedly worth more than most people could dream of making in a year. Holmes and Watson were led upstairs by a maid, and Mr. Layton himself, who showed them Beatrice's room. It was a room just as extraordinary as the rest of the house, but there was something different about it. As Holmes and Watson began to look around the room, they discovered oddities in every corner. There were birds' nests and dried flowers and mushrooms. They learned from the maid that these were all things the young woman had collected on her sunset walks that she would take every day. Mr. Layton scrunched his nose at the mention of her walks. He didn't find her rummaging through the woods particularly ladylike for a woman of her stature. Watson looked for the usual: diary entries, letters from lovers, written statements. But there was nothing, which was even more odd. Even more peculiar, the balcony door was ajar. Mr. Layton insisted that this must be where the person who kidnapped his daughter got into the room. It was only on the second story, and someone could have easily climbed up onto the balcony. Holmes got to work, dusting the door for prints, though he already had a hunch about what he would find. Unsurprisingly, he found fingerprints on the inside of the door, but not on the outside, it seemed that no one had come in at all. Beatrice had gone out. Next, Holmes decided it was time to journey down the same sunset path that Beatrice took every day. He urged Mr. Layton to stay behind, insisting that accompanying them wasn't necessary, though the maid could be of use. The maid led Holmes and Watson out of the lavish house and onto the equally lavish grounds. The walk was mostly silent, though Holmes noticed the maid was wringing her hands and tucking her hair behind her ear, struggling to stay still even as they walked. Holmes suspected that Beatrice was much more like the maid than she was like her father. As soon as they entered the shelter of lofty cedar forest on the backside of the house, Holmes stopped walking. "Is there something you'd like to share with us, miss? I can assure you, what you choose to disclose will remain between us," Holmes promised. The maid sighed, rocking back and forth on her heels as she deliberated. "Beatrice does not get along with her father, you see. He's not a kind man," the maid murmured so quietly the birds chirping overhead could overshadow her. "Beatrice loves being outside. She loves reading in peace and quiet. She would often come out here and read just to be away from her family. But sometimes..." The maid's voice trailed off. Holmes sat down on the ground, encouraging her to do the same. He leaned against the auburn bark of one of the trees and breathed in deeply, savoring the woody aroma of the forest around him. "Sometimes she would go elsewhere," Watson suggested. The maid nodded before pointing to a meadow in the distance. "She would go there on sunny days. I'm not sure where she would go after that, but she would disappear for hours at a time," she said, her voice shaking in the slightest. "And on rainy days like today, what would she do?" Watson asked. The maid smiled a bit wistfully as she replied, "She would come out and sit under the trees here and read. She loved rainy days. She wasn't afraid of a little water." Holmes smiled at the maid and put a kind hand on top of hers. He thanked her for the information and urged her to head back to the house. "You can tell Mr. Layton that we will be continuing our investigation and will return when we have information." The maid thanked Holmes and Watson and scurried off, back to her duties. Watson and Holmes began their journey towards the meadow in the distance. As they walked, Holmes paid careful attention to the sounds around him. He listened to the rain pitter-patter, 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 pitter-patter against the needles and leaves overhead on their journey to the ground below. He relished in the sound of the birds singing to one another. In his mind, they were telling stories to one another. Perhaps they were talking about the young woman that would come through here, collecting bird nests that they abandoned long ago. As they emerged into the meadow, Holmes closed his eyes for a moment, embracing the feeling of the soft rain on his skin. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a rather breathtaking sight. The meadow before him was flourishing with flowers, flowers of all kinds, of all shapes, of all colours, of all stages of bloom. There were lupines with raindrops clinging to their purple buds, daisies that collected bowls of water in the arch of their leaves, roses whose beauty seemed to be magnified by every raindrop that clung to their red petals. It was as though he and Watson had stepped into a painting, and, judging by the expression on Watson's face, he felt the same. They continued meandering through this meadow, careful not to crush any of the beautiful flowers. "What exactly are we looking for here?" Watson asked, gazing around the meadow, perplexed. Holmes scanned the horizon, his expression brightening as his eyes landed on something in the distance. "I believe we are looking for that stream," Holmes replied calmly. Indeed, at the far edge of the meadow, there was a small stream lacing the countryside. It was partially hidden by thick trees and their vibrant leaves, but Holmes could make out the raindrops, leaving ringlets on the surface of the slow-moving stream. He and Watson began their journey over to the stream, breathing in the smell of the wildflowers as they meandered across the remainder of the meadow. Holmes normally only took the time to breathe in nature and the beauty of the environment in the mornings when he awakened to the sound of that cardinal. But today felt different. Holmes felt at peace in the world around him, in a way that he hadn't felt for quite some time. He wondered if he could always feel this way, if he could escape the busyness of his everyday life by meandering through a meadow, or watching birds flit across the sky, or sitting in the shelter of a tall cedar tree. As they approached the stream, Holmes felt himself slowly coming back to reality, the haze of his daydream and curiosity melting away, at least for now. The stream was a bit larger than he had anticipated, though it was rather shallow. Even in the dim light of this rainy day, the bottom of the riverbed reflected shades of amber and blue, and grey and green, mainly from the rocks coating the bottom of the water. Holmes looked around the stream. He knew that this was where Beatrice must have disappeared to. But how did she really escape? Only then did he spot some orange wood underneath a large tree along the water's edge. As he stepped closer, it was exactly what he expected it to be. It was a boat, a tiny, simple rowboat, just big enough for 2 people. Though Holmes suspected that was all Beatrice would need. Watson helped him haul the boat out of the foliage and flip it over. The boat had seen a fair amount of use. It was coated in scrapes and scratches, all of which, Holmes was certain, had a story to tell. But inside the boat is where they found the best piece of evidence they had uncovered yet. There was a simple tin box. Holmes ran his fingers over the green tin, his heart thrumming with ideas of what could possibly be inside. It opened with a long, somber creak. Inside was a fair amount of money, but that wasn't what interested Holmes the most. What interested him the most was the napkin that had long ago been tucked into the bottom of the tin. A napkin with an emblem on it. The emblem of a spotted owl. Holmes closed the tin with a smile and urged Watson to get the boat into the water. Watson was perplexed by this. He stood in the rain and looked at Holmes in bewilderment, the rain dripping down over his cap. And yet, Watson did as Holmes had suggested. He dragged the old wooden boat into the slow-moving water in the stream. Then, Holmes and Watson both climbed inside. Watson rowed down the stream, gently and carefully. The thick, beautiful trees overhead sheltered them from most of the rain. The sound of the oars rising and falling, rising and falling, rising and falling, rising and falling, nearly put Holmes to sleep. He found himself daydreaming of his warm bed, of listening to the cardinal call outside his window. The two rode for quite some time, gazing at the river around them in quiet contemplation. Soon, however, they found themselves drifting away from the countryside and slowly journeying into a small, cozy village. The stream expanded to a river, yet today, with the rain falling all around them, they were the only people floating downstream. Holmes gazed at the buildings around them. The village was rather darling, with old brick bridges and flower boxes on windows of nearly every establishment. But what piqued Holmes' interest the most was the tiny riverside building made of stone and brick at the very end of the village. Willow trees flocked it on each side, their long tendrils dripping into the stream. There was a wooden dock that seemed to have been forgotten long ago. And, the most important of all, there was a spotted owl on the sign that hung over the water. Holmes and Watson tied the tiny boat to the dock and stepped on it. It creaked, 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 with every gentle footstep they took. They entered the building and were unsurprised to discover it was a tavern. It was a true down-home tavern. Candles flickered on each and every table. Wooden booths were nestled in every corner, and few patrons were scattered around, most of them silently reading or lost in their thoughts. It smelled of freshly baked bread more than it smelled of alcohol. This seemed to be a tavern that older people visited, a tavern that wasn't for people who were looking to get rowdy or drink their life savings away. Overhead, the rain plinked, 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 plinked against the tin roof, creating a melody that was utterly soothing. It was hypnotic, almost, like a siren song urging Holmes to sit down, order some chowder and freshly baked bread, and lose the sense of time passing while breathing in the rain-filled air. They wandered up to the bartender, who greeted them with a subdued smile. Watson asked her about the girl who visited the establishment by boat every afternoon. The bartender smiled brightly, asking if they were talking about Rose. Holmes had a feeling that they were talking about Rose. It seemed a pseudonym that would be fitting for a girl like Beatrice, and when he described her appearance to the bartender, he realized he was entirely right. Beatrice had chosen to explore this side of her life with a new identity. Holmes asked if she often visited with people at the tavern. The bartender told him with a smile that Rose was always here, visiting one man in particular. A man named Oliver. A man her age that wasn't far from this village either. Oliver would come in on his own boat. It was a boat that was even more warm than Rose's. It was covered in buoys and lanterns. They would sit in the tavern for hours, laughing and joking and whispering to one another. Every night, the bartender would watch as the lights on their boats parted, heading in different directions as they returned home. They met almost every day, except when it was rainy or stormy, though the bartender suspected it was because Rose wouldn't want to drench her clothing. Without asking another question, Holmes thanked the bartender for her time. He and Watson wandered back out onto the dock in the rain. "You didn't have more questions you wanted to ask?" Watson inquired. Holmes shook his head, telling Watson that he has a rather good idea of where they could find Beatrice. They just had to keep going. They climbed back in the boat and began the rest of their journey down the river. What was once a stream was growing more and more by the mile. Though the river was still slow moving, it was wider, peppered with more rocks and much larger banks. Holmes glanced down to see fish floating by, their figures distorted by the rings that raindrops left on the surface of the water in their wake. The longer they rode, the more puzzled Watson seemed to grow. "Do you have any idea what we're looking for?" Watson asked. Holmes smiled and took a single drag from his pipe as the rain fell around him in a steady drizzle. "We're looking for the ocean, dear Watson," he replied. "We know that Beatrice had no problem being in the rain. She loved reading outside under the trees on rainy days," Holmes explained. "So, it was not her that had a problem with rainy days or storms. It was Oliver. And what kind of profession would warrant such a strange schedule?" Watson got his answer as the river wound around a corner, bending to a place where it met the sea. His eyes widened with delight as he caught sight of it. A lighthouse, and in it, he had a sneaking suspicion they would find a lighthouse keeper named Oliver. Watson and Holmes docked the boat and walked up along the rocky beach. The rain was starting to fall a little heavier now, in thick, cold droplets that plopped against the ground with a hollow sound. As they approached the cozy lighthouse, they were overcome with the most delightful smell. They could smell freshly baked bread and the rich, comforting aroma of a lobster bisque being stirred. The lupines and lilacs around them seemed even more fragrant in the rain as well. Holmes knocked on the door. When it creaked open, he found Beatrice smiling at him, dusting flour off on her apron. She didn't have the appearance of a wealthy woman. She wore simple clothes. Her hair was tied back in a bun for work. There was a gentle, welcoming manner about her that Holmes had never experienced before. Holmes introduced himself and Watson without mentioning that they were detectives. Beatrice invited them in and quickly offered them her fresh rosemary bread along with a bowl of chowder. As they ate and had idle conversation, Holmes got a feel for who this woman was. She spoke of her garden, of her husband's hard work, how she was going to pick up sheep and chickens to raise in a few days' time. She was a woman who appreciated serenity, and it seemed she could get it here. Holmes knew he had to tell her what had truly brought them here. He disclosed it gently, telling Beatrice that he only wanted to hear the truth. Tears rimmed Beatrice's eyes. She cleared her throat, calmly explaining, "I wanted a simple life, a life free of obligations, free of expectations. I wanted to be a free woman with time to enjoy nature away from prying eyes. A free woman who can simply be without wanting for more. And I have that here, with Oliver. It's all I've ever wanted." Holmes reached kindly across the table. He squeezed the young woman's hand, whispering to her, "Then that is what you shall have." He rose from the table, complimenting her cooking and thanking her for her hospitality. He assured her that her father would be told she had gone away, moved to another country to find her freedom. Without so much as waiting for a thank you or staying to answer questions, Holmes walked out the door. The journey back to 221B Baker Street was a long and quiet one. Watson knew that tomorrow they would have to speak to Mr. Layton and tell him that his daughter was gone. They would never disclose that she was a lighthouse keeper's wife now. They would never disclose how unhappy she was with her life in the mansion, though they suspected Mr. Layton knew that much. For tonight, they had time to unwind from the day's journey. Holmes sat down in his office. He closed his eyes for a moment and listened to the crackle, crackle, crackle of the fire. He embraced the pitter-patter of the rain overhead. When he sipped his tea, it was just a little bit sweeter than usual. He spent the afternoon reading by the fire, though his mind was hardly on the novel in his hands. His mind was back in the lighthouse, watching Beatrice glow in the light of her brand new life. His mind was back in the lighthouse, savoring the flavor of the rosemary bread and fresh lobster bisque. His mind was back in the lighthouse, listening to Beatrice's words. He gazed out the window. The cardinal was staring back at him. Raindrops rolled off the bird's scarlet wings, making them appear even brighter. The bird turned his own gaze up to the sky, as if he was embracing the feelings of the raindrops against his feathers. Holmes found himself smiling as he watched the cardinal. "Watson," he called out, "I think perhaps we should take tomorrow off." I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story and it brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join us again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey to the mysterious, fog-shrouded glen of Sleepy Hollow. There, we will follow Ichabod Crane as he becomes a part of the strange and wondrous community, makes friends with the locals, settles in to hear the ghost stories and folklore about the town, and even falls in love with a stunning, wealthy woman. The year was 1790, and the town was unlike any other in the country at the time. Tarrytown was a small, quiet Dutch settlement tucked away in a secluded glen called Sleepy Hollow. And, indeed, the town was rather sleepy. The forests within the glen seemed to be deeper, darker, and thicker than anywhere else in the country. One could get lost in them with ease, and there was a sense of mystery that washed over anyone who dared to enter it. The forests were often coated in a thick layer of fog, a layer of fog that blanketed the ground and wrapped around the trees, covering the pine needle-coated forest floor with ease. Walking through the fog of Sleepy Hollow was like walking in a dream. Every turn seemed stranger and more impossible than the last, and everything felt oddly familiar, yet indistinguishable from the last. Wading through the fog felt like wading through a glassy sea, with no idea when you would reach the shore. But it wasn't just the thick fog that seemed to perpetually blanket the glen of Sleepy Hollow that made it feel otherworldly and strange, nor was it the vast, dark forests. The trees in Sleepy Hollow seemed to creak more ominously and loudly than anywhere else in the world. It was as though the trees were trying to speak to the world, as if they were whispering long forgotten stories in every crack, creak, and rustle of their bark and their branches. Walking at night in Sleepy Hollow meant walking beneath a symphony of crackling and snapping and rustling, a release of the endless stories and tales that were buried within the barks long, long ago. And then there were the owls. It was impossible to pass through the forest any time of night without seeing their eyes peering down at you, following every step that you took through the lush grass and wildflowers woven in between the ancient trees. But the owls did not just stare. On occasion, they would follow people through the trees to keep watch of them. They would silently follow behind, gliding effortlessly from branch to branch as people made their way through the forest. The owls would never attack, nor would they even give people a sour look. They were just a presence that followed anyone who passed through. At night, the calls of the owls filled the glen, echoing off the trees and the hills. There was a rhythm to their calls, It was a song they played back and forth to one another, with sounds that you could never quite remember. All of those things would make some people wary of Sleepy Hollow and of Tarrytown, the old Dutch settlement within it. But there was one more thing that put people even more on alert when it came to the town. It was said by everyone who went to the town that it was enchanted. Some believed that long ago, when it was just being formed, the settlement was bewitched by some of the first settlers. Others believed that it had been cursed by natives long before that. And no matter whether people believed it was cursed or not, nearly everyone believed that there was something strange going on with the town, because the locals not only had to make their way through thick forests of fog, where owls followed them and sang to them, but they saw and heard strange things. People claimed to hear voices in the woods, voices that would seemingly come out of the fog and brush against them, sending shivers down their spine. Sometimes, instead of voices, they would hear music, hauntingly beautiful and strange music, woodwinds with notes that cut through the fog and danced against their ears, stringed instruments that hummed and shook the ground as they were played, percussion that rumbled like thunder in the far distance. It was as if there was a ghostly orchestra playing a song just for the residents of Tarrytown. People would gather in the mornings and often talk about the music they had heard the night before. It forged an odd sense of connection between the residents of the town. The residents claimed they saw shadowy things as they walked by during all hours of the day and of the night. Some would find themselves in trance-like visions that would leave them confused when they awakened. Legends and folklore were exchanged in the town nearly as much as pleas and thank yous were. People wanted to get to the bottom of the mysterious goings-on, or, at the very least, they wanted to find a way to explain them away. And one of these legends was so famous, people heard about it far and wide. Of all the folk tales and specters that were discussed in the town, none was spoken about as much as the existence of the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman was said to be the ghost of a Hessian soldier from long, long ago, a soldier who was hit in the head by a cannon. Apparently, every single night, he would ride through the town on his black horse, desperately searching for his head. Some said he wore a pumpkin in place of his head, and others said he simply used the collar of a black cloak to hide himself. But either way, the residents of the town swore they could hear him every night, clomping his way through the outskirts of Tarrytown, winding through the thick forests on a desperate quest to find his head. And whether the headless horseman existed or not, it was very clear that something strange was going on. And yet, that did not stop Ichabod Crane from making the move to Tarrytown. Ichabod Crane was a kind, benevolent, and superstitious man. He had lived many years serving as a schoolmaster in Connecticut, but moved to Sleepy Hollow to become their schoolmaster quite some time before our story begins. Ichabod was a tough teacher who often used discipline, but he was still beloved by many of his students. He was careful only to be tough on the students who could bear it, and he aimed to have everyone like him. Not only because he enjoyed being liked, but because he relied on his students' families to provide him with room and board on a weekly basis, since his pay as a schoolmaster was so low. But Ichabod did not mind residing with the town's inhabitants. He tried to make himself useful, often helping them mend fences and work on their farms that were peppered across the beautiful countryside. He enjoyed teaching and spending time with the residents of the town. But there was one thing he enjoyed even more. Ichabod was fascinated by tales of the supernatural. He often curled up in his chair at work to read Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft as the students left to go home. He would read it again and again, savoring the pages with childlike glee and fascination as the last embers crackled in the fireplace beside him. Reading tales of the supernatural fueled him with a kind of passion and excitement unlike anything else. That is, until he started his journey home every night. Often, he would scare himself so badly with the stories that he would have to recite psalms to himself to calm down on the walk home. The psalms would give him strength and comfort, even as the trees were crackling above him, and he swore he could see a figure somewhere deep within the forest. One of Ichabod's students was a young 18-year-old Katrina Van Tassel. She studied singing and spent long hours at the schoolhouse practicing. She was a stunning beauty with distinctive features. The moment she would enter a room, people would be rendered breathless, stunned by her presence. She had a kind of grace and energy to her that radiated throughout every space she was in, and Ichabod was not immune to it. The only thing that could take his attention away from his books was a chance to talk with Katrina. She had a flirtatious personality that made the people around her feel special and connected to her. Ichabod already felt drawn to Katrina and was considering asking for her hand. But one day, he decided that he must have Katrina as his wife. He walked her home through the dark forest. As usual, there was a fog clinging to the ground and trees, blanketing everything in a foreboding haze that sent a shiver down people's spines. But Ichabod put on a brave face. He was trying to impress Katrina, and no amount of haunting, mysterious energy could stop him from doing so. When they reached Katrina's home, Ichabod was stunned. Before them were rolling evergreen hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. They were crisscrossed with wooden fences and the most breathtaking cattle that he had ever seen. Flowers dotted the fields, and on the far side of the property, a lush garden seemed to sparkle in what little sunshine was making its way through the clouds. It was the finest farm Ichabod had ever seen, and he realized that marrying Katrina would ensure he lived the rest of his days in absolute comfort. So, Ichabod forged ahead with pursuing Katrina with even more vigor. Every few days, he would take the long journey through the forest to reach her house. He would sing psalms if he needed to, as he waded through the thick foliage and fog, trying his best not to look to either side for fear of catching a glimpse of something strange. He spent afternoons pretending to teach Katrina singing, but under the not-so-watchful eyes of her parents, he would spend most of his time trying to woo her. He would flirt with her and shower her with compliments, spending much of the time sprinkling in hints of his wisdom and his work ethic. His eyes sparkled when he looked at her, and sometimes, when she looked at him, he could see a spark igniting within her gaze. It stirred something deep inside of him, and he longed to take her as his bride. But there was another man who longed for the same thing. Brom Bones was known as a bit of a troublemaker. He was loud and proud, boisterous at every event held in the town. He was known throughout the country for his feats of strength and his heroism, and as such was liked by everyone in town. His mischievous energy and overconfidence would have upset some, but his kindness and humor made it nearly impossible to dislike him. He had his pick of women to woo, but Katrina had caught his eye the moment he saw her. Many would have given up if they knew someone like Brom was pursuing the woman they had eyes on. But Ichabod refused to yield. There was no one that had made him feel the way that she did, and no one that he believed could give him a future as bright as she could. And so, the two men pursued Katrina, who was equally interested in both of them. Brom was furious with Ichabod for pursuing Katrina, wanting to put an end to things. He tried to challenge Ichabod to a contest of physical strength. However, Ichabod knew that that was not his strong suit, and as such, he rejected any proposal Brom made in that regard. That greatly frustrated Brom, who instead decided to try and humiliate Ichabod any way he could in front of Katrina. Yet, Ichabod remained steadfast in his fascination and pursuit of Katrina. One cold autumn day, while teaching in the classroom, Ichabod received a letter from the Van Tassels. He quickly gave his students an assignment to work on and sat by the fire, opening the letter with quivering, excited fingers. The letter was an invitation to a party at the Van Tassels farm, taking place later that evening. Ichabod was overjoyed to receive the invitation and decided to send his students home early so that he could prepare for the night. He wanted to impress Katrina's parents and spend some nice quality time with her, and this party seemed like a perfect opportunity to do so. Ichabod hurried home to a local farmer's house where he was staying. He put on his only suit, one he had had for several years, and borrowed the farmer's horse, an old plow horse named Gunpowder. The horse had seen better years, but was still a worthy companion who hurried through the woods with ease. When he arrived at the party, Ichabod immediately found himself in heaven. The party was full of seemingly endless pastries, cakes, and fine dishes, enough to dine on all night. He had never seen such a display of food, and it was only another reminder of the Van Tassels' wealth. He dove into the food, dining on it with abundance and glee. Every bite was more delicious than the last, and it made him more hopeful for the future. When he spotted Katrina enter the party from across the room, his heart skipped a beat. He approached her, feeling confident, and asked her to dance. As the two danced across the floor, nothing else in the world mattered. Ichabod could not keep his eyes off of Katrina. She carried such joy and beauty in every step that she took, in every turn and twirl that she made. It was impossible not to smile in her presence, not to sink into her eyes and want to stay there forever. As the dance neared its end, Ichabod caught sight of Brom, who was glaring at him from the side of the dance floor. Jealousy was burning in his eyes, and it only made Ichabod more pleased. He believed that Katrina's admiration of him was so obvious that even Brahm could not deny it. When the dance ended, Ichabod went over to join a group of men, seemingly in deep discussion. He was walking on cloud 9 as he made his way over, and he was delighted even more when he realized the men were discussing the local legends of Sleepy Hollow. The ghost stories grew like the flames of a bonfire, crackling and growing more intense with every bit of fuel that was added. The headless horseman came up more than once, and each time it sent a shiver down Ichabod's spine. Brahm claimed to have encountered the headless horseman on a dark and stormy night and challenged him to a race for a bowl of punch, though Ichabod was far less interested in his story. As the party began to die down, Ichabod could not peel his eyes off of Katrina from across the room. He knew that he must approach her, and he did so with the utmost confidence. They talked fervently to each other, far away from the ears of the other guests, and to this day, no one is quite sure what transpired in the course of their conversation. But what is known is that Ichabod left the conversation looking utterly crestfallen. He grabbed the reins of his horse with trembling hands, not even bothering to cast a glance back at Katrina as he rode off into the night. Shaken by his disappointment, Ichabod's mind wandered back to the ghost stories that had been discussed all night. It was a moonless night, the kind of night that makes every tree and every branch look like a threat. The darkness seemed to close in on Ichabod, making his heart race more quickly with every step of his horse's hooves. His uneasiness grew as the night seemed to darken, and the trees seemed to creak louder. The owls all looked down at him, following him as he made his way deeper into the forest. Ichabod could see a tree ahead, Major Andre's tree, an old tree with legends attached to it. He was terrified to pass it and had to whistle to calm himself down enough to even pass by the tree. He knew that ahead the town church waited, the town church where the headless horseman was said to be sighted nearly every night. Ichabod's chest tightened as he neared the church. He got closer and closer and closer still, and just as he was crossing the bridge by the church, his horse came to a stop. Ichabod tightened his hands on the reins, taking a deep breath of the crisp, fresh night air. But as his gaze swept up his heart stopped. There was a figure by the edge of the brook, a dark, blooming figure. Ichabod knew he could not outrun any of the ghosts or goblins he had heard legends of. Desperate to prove it wasn't either, he called out with a quivering voice, asking who the figure was. But the figure did not respond. Ichabod urged Gunpowder forward and began to recite a psalm to himself. Just as the psalm began to calm him, the figure began to move toward him. Ichabod urged his horse faster, but it was no use. Soon, the figure was riding alongside him. It was a man on a horse, but Ichabod didn't dare look at the man any closer. He tried to outpace the horseman, urging his horse faster and faster. But the horse kept up with the other horse. Ichabod tried to tell himself the horseman was just a strange man. But as they reached the crest of a hill, and the horseman was visible against the night sky, Ichabod realized something terrifying. The horseman had no head. A shiver ran down Ichabod's spine. He snapped the reins of his horse, panicking, and Gunpowder took off running. Ichabod urged the horse faster and faster through the fog, gaining some ground on the horseman. But in his frenzy, the saddle was made askew. Ichabod clung to the neck of his horse, desperate to stay on somehow. He found himself slipping as they dashed through the dark night, and in the scramble, they began to slow down. Soon, the headless horseman was again upon them. Ichabod looked up just as the headless horseman lifted his head into the sky and threw it towards him. Ichabod felt the head hit him, knocking him to the ground. The last thing he saw was the stars overhead as he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the farmer found Gunpowder in his yard without Ichabod. Worried for Ichabod's safety, the farmer searched and found Ichabod's saddle and hat next to a smashed pumpkin. Ichabod was never seen by the people of Sleepy Hollow again. Some say Ichabod skipped town, embarrassed by Katrina's rejection. Some say that the encounter with the headless horseman scared him so much that he fled town forever. Others whisper that he was spirited away by the headless horseman and became one of his many victims. Either way, the mysteries of Sleepy Hollow still prevail to this day. We may never know what is true and what is legend in that mysterious little town, but perhaps it is better that way. I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, relaxing sleep. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to magical lands far beneath the depths of our ordinary world, as we relax with a retelling of Jules Verne's famous tale, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The summer of 1866 was a strange one. It was not just due to the sweltering heat that rippled through the countryside of France, leaving many farmers fanning themselves beneath the bountiful trees in their rolling fields. It was not just due to the rain that came in the days after that, soaking the streets of Paris as residents sipped on their café au lait and spoke to each other in hushed tones. No, the summer of 1866 was a strange one because of what those Parisians spoke of in their hushed tones. Around the world, American and European sailors reported seeing something in the water that they had never experienced before. Something enormous that put them on edge. Sure, they had seen their fair share of blue whales basking out of the water and in the sun with such a grand size that it was hard to believe it was a living thing. But this was wildly different. The size of this thing, this oddity, was beyond anything they had ever seen before. It was faster than any known creature on Earth, and capable of shooting columns of water 150 feet up into the air. Anyone who had seen it and made it back to shore to tell tales of it had a certain magic in their eye when they spoke of the columns of water, the creature, the thing pulsed into the air. It was like a geyser. The geysers of faraway Iceland or the wilds of Russia. But it was even taller. It cast a mist into the air that was otherworldly, engulfing any boat that crossed its path in gossamer of rainbow and white. It was like walking through a dream world. Dr. Pierre Aronnax had heard many tales of this strange monster as summer turned to autumn, autumn turned to winter, and winter turned to spring. In fact, he looked for these stories everywhere he went. He'd wait by the docks, desperate to speak to any sailors that had caught a glimpse of it. At the Museum of Natural History, where he served as the assistant professor, he spent many days in deep discussion with his co-workers about what the creature could possibly be. Though, no matter what anyone else said, Pierre's mind was made up. He believed the mystery could be explained, like any good scientist. When Pierre was asked, he would tell anyone that would listen that he believed the mystery in the water was either a colossal monster or an enormous submarine. As much as his colleagues fed into his beliefs, the various governments of the world did little to agree with him. They rejected the idea that it could be a submarine. The technology and engineering required to create such a vast, impressive craft would be nearly impossible. Stumped by the mystery, and desperate for a more scientific explanation, Pierre curled up by the fire one day with a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea. As the fragrant smell of the tea melded with the warm aroma of the cracking wood, Pierre found himself slipping into a new explanation. He wrote swiftly, his fingers clasped around his dip pen as though the secrets of the universe were dripping off of its tip in thick, black droplets of ink. When he was finished, he had no idea how much impact his words would have. Pierre proposed that the creature behind these sightings was none other than a large narwhal that had yet to be discovered by humans. Pierre could imagine a narwhal somewhere beneath the depths, gliding through the water with graceful ease and speed to reach the glistening tops of the waves. Fortunately, Pierre wasn't the only one who saw this as a possibility. When the US government read his convincing article, they decided it was time to get to the bottom of this strange mystery. They deployed the Abraham Lincoln, a frigate, to search the vast oceans to catch a glimpse of the creature and determine its origin. Invited aboard for the journey, Pierre gratefully accepted and climbed aboard the ship. His servant, Conseil, packed his belongings with haste. He could already taste the fresh ocean air and imagine the tropical islands that they would glide by all around the world in search of the answer to this mystery. When Pierre and Conseil stepped aboard the frigate, they felt a sense of belonging and relief. It was a fine ship, crafted fairly recently, and it cut through the water with such ease, Pierre was certain no creature or thing could be a match for it. Commander Farragut welcomed Pierre with a warm smile and showed him to his cabin, a cozy, lamp-lit room with plenty of space for him to place his books and other belongings. He loved the smell of books almost as much as he loved the briny aroma of the wide open seas. His first day was spent meandering around the ship and gazing out at New York Harbor fading into the distance. He could already feel the wistful sensation in him rising from the embers of his boyhood dreams of adventure and fame. Ned Land, the finest harpooner in the world, greeted Pierre with a smile, thankful to hear a French accent. A Canadian from Quebec, his French heritage ran deep, and it felt like being at home speaking to someone from his motherland. Ned, Pierre, and Conseil spoke on the top of the deck to one another for what felt like hours in the breeze of the wide open sea. They gazed out over the horizon as they grew nearer and nearer to it, their conversation growing more intellectual and emotional with every passing moment. They were eager to catch sight of the creature beneath the waves, but as time passed, it seemed less and less likely. The ship crossed the deep blue of the Atlantic, sailing on fair winds. The crew took turns keeping watch from the deck. But as the weeks turned to months, their vigor only lessened more and more. Pierre found himself daydreaming most days, as did Conseil, who told Pierre the two should be back in the halls of the Natural History Museum, classifying fossils. Indeed, Pierre did miss everything about the museum. The rich mahogany shelves, the endless samples of the natural world, the smell of the books on display, and of warm tea being brewed by other intelligent minds. After months of no luck spotting anything on Abraham Lincoln, it seemed as if they were never going to come upon the discovery that they were seeking. But as they rounded Cape Horn, heading for the China Seas, a voice echoed through the corridors from above deck. It was Ned, calling out that he saw a creature in the distance. Even from afar, Pierre could tell that he had never seen anything like this before. In fact, he would never have thought such a thing existed. By his perception, it appeared to be an electric narwhal. Lights flickered off the grey sides, sending tunnels of light through the dark water. The filtered light would have been beautiful, had Pierre known what exactly was causing it. The ship's crew spent the long day gliding through the water after the strange electric narwhal. It was evasive, faster than anyone had ever witnessed before, and the glowing lights were so perplexing that Pierre found himself forgetting that it could potentially be dangerous. Crew members harpooned the creature, shot at the creature, and yet nothing seemed to affect him. It sailed around them with ease, bopping in and out of the water, and flashing its lights in strange, mesmerizing patterns. When the beast finally seemed to quiet, its lights off, and its body still and moving with the tide, Ned knew what his next move had to be. He threw his harpoon through the air, but the sound that echoed off of the creature wasn't that of a living thing. Before Pierre could react, the creature let out two enormous spouts of water, aimed directly at Abraham Lincoln. It was such a display of power and beauty that Pierre found himself gazing at it in dumbfounded silence. The towers of water were impossibly powerful, and yet here they were, defying all logic and jetting through the air. They left a trail of rainbows behind them in the coruscating light, something that would have been breathtakingly beautiful had it not been pointed directly at Pierre. His feet disappeared from under him. There was nothing but the sound of the water hitting him, and then the sound of him hitting the water. The silence of the ocean that washed over him was like entering another world. For a flickering, serene moment, there was nothing but him floating in a distant land. There was the familiar rumble of the water in his ears, the rhythmic beating of his heart, and the cool, brisk feeling of the sea welcoming him into the waves. When he opened his eyes, he discovered Conseil staring back at him in the water. He had jumped after Pierre, unable to bear the thought of him wading in the ocean alone. The sight of a friend in such an unfamiliar place sent a feeling of warmth radiating through Pierre, one that brought him a sense of safety as the cold waves knocked him about. The two took turns swimming in the water, clinging to one another to conserve energy. The touch of a long-trusted friend made the situation at hand much more bearable. And as their ship disappeared into the distance ahead of them, they knew they needed one another more than ever. Soon, however, Pierre found himself slipping. One moment he was swimming, and the next he found himself in darkness and peaceful silence. In the blink of an eye, he found himself laying on something metallic. Ned and Conseil stood over him, delighted to see him awake. Pierre felt the metal surface beneath him in long, curious strokes. It was only then that he realized they were laying on top of the beast. Only, in this case, the beast was not a beast at all. They were laying on top of a submarine. By then, night had begun to fall. The last rays of light painted the horizon and sea before them in a mosaic of orange, purples, reds, and yellows. It was as if the universe was highlighting the grand discovery that they had just made. The three recovered from their time in the water and gazed at the stars overhead, watching in awe as they passed theories back and forth between one another. As morning broke, they found themselves in a new light. The seas were flat and calm, ignited a fiery red and orange by the rising sun. Slowly, the ship beneath them began to descend into the waves. Desperate not to go into the water again, Ned stomped on the top of the ship, revealing a passageway into the machine itself. 8 men arose from the darkness of the ship, their faces masked, and their gestures in a trained unison with one another. They took Pierre, Ned, and Conseil beneath the hull of the ship as it sank beneath the waves. In the darkness, Pierre focused on the rhythmic clicking of the ship to bring himself peace. He wondered how a ship of this magnitude could run, how it was possible to create a thing of such strength and beauty. Soon, however, the darkness was chased out by a comforting flash of light. A bright bulb illuminated the room around them, revealing chairs and a table. 2 men swiftly glided into the room, their outfits unlike anything Pierre had ever seen. and their language unlike anything he had heard. They did not understand English, German, French, nor Latin, and the language they spoke of sounded nothing like either of them. With a shrug of their shoulders, the two men exited, sending a steward in after them. Without so much as saying a word, the steward dressed the table in a fine cloth and dutifully placed engraved plates and utensils atop the threads. He handed each of the men a fresh set of clothes before he returned with a delicious meal. The aroma of the seafood nearly brought Pierre to his knees. He had never seen food this succulent, nor this high quality. In fact, he had never seen food like this before. He could tell it came from the ocean, but the fresh, buttery taste of the meat was better than the finest seafood he had ever eaten. Whoever lived aboard this vessel did not do so without life's finest pleasures. With their stomachs full and their bodies exhausted by the ordeal of the past few hours, the three sailors gradually found themselves drifting to sleep in this strange new world. It came slowly over them, a much-needed warm blanket of comfort after spending time aboard the top of the vessel with such uncertainty. As Pierre awakened the following day, the curiosity welling inside him felt as if it were going to spill out. Soon, Nemo, the captain of the ship, walked through the door with an unreadable look on his face. Though earlier he had pretended not to know French, now he spoke in perfect French to the prisoners aboard his majestic, wondrous ship. He told the men that they could live on his ship, free to roam it as they pleased. However, they were never allowed to leave the ship. If they did not choose to stay, they would be cast out into the sea, where the waves surely wouldn't be kind to them. Pierre ached for the provincial fields of France, for the smell of the lavender in the air, for the crunch of his baker's freshly baked croissants, and yet he knew he had no choice. The three men agreed to stay aboard the ship and follow Nemo's rules. Pierre's scientific mind was hard at work, desperate to learn every single fascinating detail about the ship that he possibly could. Delighted by the new additions to the Nautilus, his submarine, Nemo invited Pierre to join him on a tour of the ship. Bright-eyed and eager, Pierre agreed, his mind already spinning with colourful ideas of the secrets that lay behind each door on the ship. When they emerged into the library of the ship, Pierre was greeted by the familiar smell of old books. It put him at ease in this wondrous and strange place, and he discovered that he couldn't stop smiling. The library was perhaps the largest he had ever seen. Books extended to the ceiling and to either side of the massive room, creating a wall of knowledge built by some of the greatest minds in the world. In a dreamy state, Pierre brushed his fingers over the books as he drifted past them. The soft leather of the books nearly took his breath away, and one glistening title after another caught his eye. It was one of the finest things he had ever seen in his life. The wealth of knowledge in this single room was more vast than anywhere on earth that he knew of. Nemo smiled at Pierre's mesmerized expression. If he was this impressed by the books, his excitement was only about to grow. Nemo motioned to the other side of his plush library, lined with mahogany and velvet furnishings. A tiny fire in the center of the room warmed the space, adding to the magic of it. On the other side of the room, stunning artworks hung in massive frames. They were names Pierre recognized, famous painters whose work could often be found in museums. The color of the paintings were vastly different from the ocean. They were a mosaic of vibrant greens, of flashy pinks, of deep blues. Each swath of color seemed to be more stunning than the last. Beneath the paintings, sheet music was carefully displayed. Pierre couldn't help but page through title after title. They were some of the finest songs ever composed, a treasure trove of life-changing music. And then, of course, there were the animals. Scientific specimens from the deep were peppered throughout the library, fueling the scientist inside of Pierre. Some were creatures he had never seen before. Surely creatures that explored distant or deep waters, far beyond what humans could reach. Though he was captive aboard the Nautilus, he had never felt more enlightened or excited. His thirst for knowledge outweighed everything else. His love of France, his life before he stepped aboard the ship. Nemo treated Pierre to another fine several-course meal. Each dish was plucked from the ocean all around them. The divinely decorated dishes tasted even better than they looked. They were succulent, each one a treat that few people in the world would ever be able to experience. Pierre was utterly enthralled. There was nothing more remarkable than this. Seeing Pierre's desire for knowledge rising, Nemo sat him down and explained the basics. The Nautilus ran on electricity, which powered everything from the engines to the drinking water. All of the electricity came from the water all around them, specifically from the minerals in the seawater. Pierre could not find words. He fumbled for a moment, stunned by the scientific endeavors the Nautilus had taken on. Pierre returned to the company of his friends, a new, enlightened man. He spoke to them about the wondrous things he had just learned, about the knowledge that Nemo and his crew possessed, but nothing could have prepared him for the beauty that awaited him. Because soon, the lights of the submarine flickered off. In the still darkness, Pierre found himself frozen in one of those moments of peace again. But within seconds, The darkness was parted by a beautiful light. The sides of the Nautilus opened, revealing the ocean beyond through panes of thick glass. Lights illuminated the sea all around them, giving Pierre, Ned, and Conseil their first glimpse of what was truly beneath the waves. It was breathtaking. Schools of fish breezed by as if they were one unit. Their silver and blue scales caught each passing ray of light, making it look as though they were sparkling. The motion of the fish was equally mesmerizing. They almost seemed to dance with each other, sailing through the currents on pure instinct and camaraderie compared to anything else. Sea turtles seemed to move in slow motion through the waves. Their large shells didn't detract from the beauty of their movements. Their long, sleek flippers cut through the water in long, calculated swoops that propelled them on and on. When Pierre looked into the eyes of the sea turtle, he swore that the turtle was looking back at him. And then there was the world below them. This close to the shore, they could make out the world of plant life on the bottom of the craggy sea. Starfish clung to rocks. Coral glistened in the sun, filtering down through the waves. Crabs scuttled from rock to rock through the dancing kelp. It was more beautiful than Pierre had ever dreamed. For the whole afternoon, the three crewmates sat and watched the ocean glide by them. They mostly sat in awed silence. The energy buzzing between them said more than words ever could. Soon it was time for dinner. As they ate another succulent meal, they found themselves daydreaming of the ocean they had just come to know in a whole new light. As Pierre laid his head down on his pillow in his cabin for the very first time, he didn't feel like a captive. There was much to learn on the Nautilus, and many more beautiful things to see. I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod. I am Arif, and if you are here to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I am going to tell you a famous story, and I hope it sends you off on a great adventure in dreamland. The Man in the Iron Mask is part of the novel by the French author Alexandre Dumas and is centered around the Three Musketeers. Our story begins in a dark, damp, and quiet prison cell. It is inside the terrifying Bastille, known throughout the land and beyond the most famous prison in France. Aramis, one of the three musketeers, has come to hear the confession of a certain prisoner, since after many years spent fighting, Aramis has decided to become a priest. The prisoner, whose identity is hidden behind a mask, has a curious story. He does not even know his own identity because, as a boy, he was kept at home in a sort of house arrest. As he grew older and started asking questions, he was told that his father was dead, but that his mother was still alive. Aramis knows the secret, one kept for so long and buried deep by the royal family of France. It is King Louis XIV who sits on the throne now, a handsome yet arrogant and vain youth. Aramis bends down to speak in a whisper to the prisoner and reveal the real reason for coming to the prison on that day. In truth, the musketeer turned priest is there to rescue the prisoner and bring him out of the darkness into the light. And so, the truth is revealed, the dark secret that has been kept from so many for so long. The masked prisoner is, in fact, Philippe, King Louis's identical twin brother. Aramis reveals his plan to Philippe to switch him with Louis and put him on the throne, since Louis has been abusing his power for many years. The secret will be kept at all cost. No one will ever know. But how will the prisoner manage to escape? He will put on the priest's robes and exit in a guise hidden by the folds of his garments. The real prisoner is then replaced with a dummy corpse, previously smuggled in the folds of the priest's robes, it turns out. The priest tells the guard that he discovered this prisoner had died of the plague, and so, to protect everyone else, they must burn the body. And so, when the priest is let out, the two men escape. Waiting for them are their loyal friends who, with the help of a canoe, safely row out of the prison walls. You see, this story takes place at a time when the country is ruled by King Louis XIV, who is mishandling its finances, creating and funding wars instead of building up the economy. As the royals live in wealth and luxury, the poor of France are starving. It does not seem that the king cares enough about his countrymen to make things right. He is young and foolish and seems concerned only about showing militaristic powers and parading pomp. We find the three musketeers who once served the former king with pride are now older and retired. There is Aramis, now a priest of the Jesuits, Porthos, who is fond of frequenting the most popular Parisian brothels, and Athos, whose son Raoul is a soldier who just returned from the war and is eager to become a musketeer himself. The woman Raoul loves is Christine Belafort, to whom he wants to propose marriage. But one day, at a party, the king is smitten with Christine's beauty and wants her for himself. Although he tries to seduce the young woman, she is equally in love with Raoul and keeps her love for him alone. Offended by her unwilling behavior, the king devises a plan to send Raoul into the thick of battle where he meets his fate. When the news of his son's death reaches Athos, he vows to seek vengeance. He assumes that the other musketeers may have known about the king's plan and have not forewarned him about it. Athos is in a fit of rage and cannot be consoled. Meanwhile, the king moves on with his plans to have Christine for himself and eventually beds her. And these were just some of the drastic events which led to the three musketeers plotting together to overthrow the king. To do so, they would have to rescue the masked prisoner, Philippe, from Bastille, and set him on the throne instead of his twin brother, Louis. It turns out that Philippe is quite the opposite of his arrogant twin. This meek young man has suffered greatly. He has known only chains and confinement his whole life. This has humbled him and made him compassionate and gentle. It is soon revealed to all that Philippe was sent away by his father, King Louis XIII. Among many many political reasons. One of them was supposedly to avoid dynastic warfare. But the young boy could not be hidden forever, and it was only a matter of time before Louis discovered Philippe's existence. Instead of putting him away for good, he simply thought of a way to keep him hidden from the world and his identity covered, the Iron Mask. It was cold and heavy. The prison was dark and lonely. Philippe spent many years there, years that he thought would go by just like the ones before. He felt almost like a living corpse, with no hope for the light of day. The king hopes to seduce Christine, lying to her that his intention was to have her lover serve at the furthest point from the heat of battle. But even though she allows herself to end up in the bed of the king, the young woman cannot deny the fact that there is no real love in her heart for him. While Louis is seemingly tormented by all this personal drama, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis are teaching Philippe how to act as a royal. There is a certain way he must walk, talk, even dance. He must learn how to fight as well, and this takes some days. However, the musketeers know that they do not have long for their plan to be carried out. They must act swiftly. During one of the king's fancy balls, the musketeers abduct him and attempt to switch him with his twin without anyone realizing. The twin brother, Philippe, is now dressed in royal yellow with a tailored, dazzling suit and fine coiffure fit for a king. The plan is set into motion. Louis is whisked away, and Philippe arrives at the dance floor. The only thing which might give him away is his gentle demeanor. He is kind with the ladies and helps those who almost trip while swaying and dancing in time to the music. The crowd sees how the king is being unusually polite, and some wonder if they should change their minds about how they feel about him. The party seems to be going well until Christine storms into the dance hall and pointedly accuses the king of murder. In a fit of rage, with tears streaming down her face, she starts demanding that the king faces up to his selfishness and greed. Of course, Philippe has no idea what she is talking about, even though she is addressing him. He wisely assumes this must be one of his brother's mistresses, and so he calms her down with the promise to make amends when the evening is over. D'Artagnan, who still retains his loyalty to the king, suddenly realizes that all is not as it seems. He instructs the guards to take their positions and close off all the exits. His orders could not have come a second too soon, for the guards now surround the escaping 3 musketeers, who are on their way back to the Bastille prison, this time with King Louis as captive. They have not made it out in time. The soldiers all catch up to them, and fighting ensues. Under a moonlit sky, the men battle on the side of their loyalty, and in their hearts, the musketeers desire to save all of France. Their plan would have worked, could have worked, but D'Artagnan is too clever. In the midst of their fighting, he suddenly realizes the truth, that the prisoner they are trying to swap is in fact the brother of the king. The twins' mother now enters the scene, the queen, who knew all along about the plot to keep one of her children hidden. Now, before you think that this was the cruelest thing a mother could have done to her son, you must know that in those days, a lot of political power was beyond the women's control. Queen Anne had no choice but to see one of her babies taken away. And it was an act that broke her heart, haunting her for years. She is still in bitter pain, and even more so at seeing her other child again. D'Artagnan is confused, while Louis's heart is still hardened against his brother. I am the rightful king, he claims. Send this impostor back to the Bastille. Philippe is desperate. He tells his brother he would rather die than see darkness under the mask again. He pleads with his king brother to kill him instead. now we find our heroes, the three musketeers, back on the scene of the action. After everyone realized the truth, they all wonder how and with whom their loyalties should lie. Of course, they try to stop Louis from putting Philippe to death. Fighting ensues, with D'Artagnan, captain of the guards, leading his troops again. But this time, he prevents them from injuring any of the musketeers. Because, you see, they are all his friends, and with them is where his deepest loyalty lies. The scenes of fighting ensue, and suffice to say that our three musketeers are still fit for a fight. They possess the valor, strength, and agility of the king's men, who are trained and led by their friend D'Artagnan. When the fighting dies down at D'Artagnan's command, he reveals to them an even bigger secret of his own. And it is a secret that leaves everyone in disbelief. Queen Anne was his secret lover, and the two boys were his sons. However, he never knew that there had been two boys, only one. So this is why he had sworn his whole life to defend and protect the King of France. He was serving Louis out of fatherly devotion. When he now learns that he has another son, he embraces him. The tears of recognition and acknowledgement and joy streaming down his face. Of course, now Philippe and Louis are also both confused. But it is with a deep and quiet joy that Philippe faces the man he wanted to meet his entire life, his father. His brother Louis is not so ecstatic. In another fit of rage, he lunges at his brother, attempting to silence him and retain the crown. It is D'Artagnan, his own father, who comes between them. It is the father who, in the end, suffers the blow. It seems for a moment that all is lost, and yet, with his last dying breath, D'Artagnan reminds the boys that they are brothers. His passing must be the end of this misery, he tells them. He is content if his sons do no harm to each other. And now that he has seen Philippe's face, D'Artagnan can sleep forever in peace. All for one, and one for all, are the last words that slip from D'Artagnan's lips. The other three friends join him in the musketeer call before arising to salute him one last time. As he takes his last breath, everyone present realizes that it was indeed D'Artagnan, the brave soldier who had been wearing an iron mask and keeping the deepest buried secret all this time. The three musketeers are heartbroken to see him leave this realm and journey into the next. They have been through so much together, sacrificed, fought, and bled. They all thought they knew their friend and mentor, but this comes as the final surprise. Before another battalion breaks into their chambers, the three musketeers quickly make Louis and Philippe swap clothes. The hot-headed Louis is now in the iron mask, quite unable to escape. Philippe now takes his position as the king and leader, with Athos, Porthos, and Aramis as his royal council and guides. When the guards appear, Philippe orders the guards to take Louis away, whose face is now covered by the iron mask, and lock him away in the great prison. There is a bit of confusion, to be sure, but it is all settled when the three musketeers kneel before Philippe, honoring him as king. With this act, they indicate to the other soldiers who is to be the true leader, the one who is destined to take the country forward to a better future. After these events took place, France was reformed. King Philippe, under the alias of Louis XIV, was a kind ruler, ensuring that his people always had enough food and finding ways to work towards prosperity. Above all, he strove for peace in the kingdom and tried to leave a legacy. Today, his story is still told to adults and children alike. And with his story, The tale of the Three Musketeers and D'Artagnan, who secured for him a place on the throne. There was never another king like him, and some folks say that there never will be again. I hope you enjoyed this bedtime adventure, and that you will now drift off into a realm of your own fantastic journeys. Thank you for joining me on Soothing Pod. I'll be with you again next time.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to the fogging, sprawling moors of Dartmoor, as we unravel the mystery of the Hound of the Baskervilles, with none other than Sherlock Holmes himself. We will follow his steps and reasoning as he unravels the secret behind a mythical beast that has been tormenting a family for several years. As he comes to find the answers, we will be alongside him, making our way through the invigorating spring air and soaking in the beauty of the countryside and the imposing estate of the Baskervilles. The first thing that Sherlock Holmes heard upon awakening at his home at 221B Baker Street in London was the sound of horse hooves making their way down the cobblestone street. He listened to the steady clomp, clomp, as their hooves tinked and rumbled over the cobblestones. Cobblestones that were surely slick with the freshly fallen spring rain that had washed over the city overnight. A moment later, Holmes realized that the rain was not yet done. He heard the soothing, comforting sound of the raindrops, slowly, ever so slowly, falling from the dark sky overhead. He listened as they, much like the horses, meandered across the cobblestone streets, landing upon them without much fanfare, but with a heavy, solid plonk. He could hear them dance across the flowers and plants residing in the flower box just outside the thin glass on his window. And when he opened his eyes, he could see the heavy drops landing upon the petals, weighing them down time and time again, almost as if the sky itself was on a schedule with the flowers. Just beyond the window pane, some people scurried off to work, to classes, to meet with friends. They held umbrellas overhead and skirted through the rain, trying their darndest not to get wet. Holmes regarded them for a long moment, putting a story to each one. One woman carefully held her child over the puddles, a child that appeared to be wearing shiny new shoes. Holmes deduced that, judging by the part of town they were heading back to, they were a rather poor family, and that those shoes may have been the finest thing the young child had ever received. He noticed a man and a woman making their way through the rain, giggling with one another like school children. The man extended his umbrella over the woman, urging her closer to him as they continued on their journey. The man was careful not to place his hand on the small of the woman's back, but she appeared to be leaning back toward it, and she had her purse strung on her opposite shoulder, desperate to be just a bit closer to him. They appeared to be a young couple, not yet ready to share that they were in love. But my, did they appear to be. Holmes loved looking out of his window on days like this and taking in the people of London. Each one had a story to tell. Whether it was a story they told through shiny new shoes, or the tantalizing distance between their hand and someone else's. Holmes rose from the comfort of his bed. Even with the lazy rain, he was ready for the day. He knew he had work to tend to, mysteries to solve, and people throughout the city to help. By looking out his window at people, he put his heart and mind in the right spot every single morning. He made his way to the kitchen, where he served himself up a rather simple breakfast of toast and eggs, as he read some novels he had just recently picked up. Then he headed to the Home Office, where Watson awaited him. He found Watson standing before the crackling fireplace, nestled between two large bookshelves. He had a cane in his hand, a cane which was not his. Watson wondered aloud who the cane could belong to, whoever could have visited them and left their cane behind. As the fire crackled beside him and the rain raged on just outside the hazy glass window pane, Watson proposed his theory. The inscription on the cane read, "To James Mortimer, MRCS, from his friends of the CCH. He suggested that the cane was given to an elderly doctor for his many faithful years of service. Holmes delighted in this theory, encouraging Watson to suggest something further. Watson continued, insisting that the cane must belong to a county doctor who did much walking, since the cane had so much wear. Holmes complimented Watson on his detective skills. For a moment, Watson basked in the glory of the compliment, but as Holmes himself took hold of the cane, it appeared that Watson was only right about a few things. The owner was, indeed, a country practitioner. Holmes agreed. However, CCH referred to Charing Cross Hospital, and, he deduced, the cane was given as a retirement gift from the hospital. Furthermore, it appeared that the man must have a small spaniel. since there were tiny bite marks peppered across the wood of the cane. Just as the words left his lips, Holmes looked up to see a man entering their home office with a small spaniel. The man introduced himself as Dr. Mortimer, the owner of the cane, and complimented Watson and Holmes on their observation skills. Dr. Mortimer presented Holmes and Watson with a manuscript, which Holmes quickly noted was dated 1730. In faded black ink, the document revealed the curse of the Baskervilles and the origins behind it. Long ago, at the time of the Great Revolution, Hugo Baskerville was the owner of the Baskerville Hall in the beautiful moors of Devonshire. An appalling man with no morals, he kidnapped a local woman and hid her away in an upstairs room behind a locked door. The woman managed to escape by climbing down an ivy-coated wall. She ran across the moors through the thick fog, trying to escape from Hugo. Devastated and enraged that his captive escaped, Hugo released the hounds upon the girl and made a deal with the devil as he did so. Hugo too took off, running after the girl. His friends followed behind him, worried about his safety. When they finally found him, they were horrified to discover that he, as well as the girl, had been killed by a foul thing, a great black beast. Ever since the deaths of Hugo and the woman he kidnapped, the ominous Hound of the Baskervilles has haunted the family. And the latest person to fall to the fate of the Hound was none other than Sir Charles Baskerville, the latest owner of Baskerville Hall. Dr. Mortimer went on to explain that Sir Charles was an extensive philanthropist. He made a family fortune partaking in colonialism in South Africa. 2 years prior, he had returned home to the family estate to enjoy his riches and to share them with the community. He was found where he took his nightly walk, down an alley called the Yew Alley, which ran alongside the moorlands, which were rumoured to be haunted. Witnesses had noted that Charles had dawdled at the gated entrance to the alley for quite some time, and his footsteps in the dirt indicated that he had either been running through the alley or tiptoeing, both of which were suspicious. But those weren't the only footsteps found. Mortimer looked up to Holmes and Watson. In a quiet whisper, he told them that the footprints of a gigantic hound were found alongside Sir Charles, indicating that the hound had gotten him. Of course, both Watson and Holmes were eager to help solve this mystery. Mortimer truly believed the hound had been behind it. several locals claimed to have seen a beast wandering through the fog-shrouded moors. However, Mortimer wasn't just interested in solving the old mystery. He came to them with a more urgent quest. The sole heir to the estate, Sir Henry, was due to arrive at Waterloo Station in just an hour. Mortimer feared for Sir Henry's safety, afraid that he too would be killed by the beast, or whatever it was that had killed poor Sir Charles. Holmes told Mortimer to fetch Henry and visit them the next morning. As soon as Mortimer left, Holmes and Watson discussed their theories. Holmes wanted to rule out all ordinary causes before turning to a supernatural one. And there was something rather odd. Mortimer's footsteps showed him running away from his home, not towards it. Why would he be running away from anyone who may be able to help him? The next morning, Henry and Mortimer arrived at 221B Baker Street. Though beaten down by his travels from Canada and a bit worn, Sir Henry was a chipper man with a kind, gentlemanly expression. And, though he had just arrived in the country, he was already tangled in the mystery. Upon arriving at his hotel, he received a note which read, "As you value your life or your reason, keep away from the moor." Holmes deduced that since no one could have known where Henry was staying, he must have been followed. And, judging by the letters that were cut out to compose the note, it appeared that whoever made it had made it with clippings from the Times. Surely, the person behind this was well educated, and they were trying to conceal their potentially recognizable handwriting. Furthermore, the final word, more, was written in sputtered ink, which suggested it was written with a hotel pen. Holmes believed that searching the garbage bins near Charing Cross hotels, where the letter was postmarked, may allow them to find the times that had been cut up. As soon as Mortimer and Henry left, Holmes and Watson tailed behind them, hoping to spot their stalker. Indeed, they laid eyes on a man with a bushy beard in a cab, but the man spotted them and quickly left. Holmes noted the cab number 2704. Holmes and Watson met Henry and Mortimer for lunch and discussed Henry's decision to go to Baskerville Hall after receiving a threat. Holmes asked if there was anyone with a bushy black beard up at Devonshire, and was pleased to learn that the butler, Mr. Barrymore, did indeed. Wanting to know whether Barrymore was in London with them or at home, Holmes sent a telegram with instructions for it to be hand-delivered or returned to sender. Mortimer informed him that Barrymore did inherit £500 and a work-free setup as soon as Sir Charles died. Holmes insisted that Sir Henry needed a more attentive bodyguard in Devonshire and proposed that Watson go along with him. Sir Henry agreed, preparing them all for the next phase of their investigation. Holmes and Watson returned home, hoping to receive answers, which they did, but not the ones they were hoping for. They learned from the telegram that Barrymore was in Devonshire, not London. And furthermore, the cab driver contacted them, announcing that the man who was with him went by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Amused by the wit and skill of the man they were up against, Holmes could only smile. Watson embarked on his journey to the moor, along with Mortimer and Henry. As they approached the grey expanse of the moor, Watson was in awe. He found himself feeling very small. The moor was otherworldly. The sprawling fields and rolling meadows seemed to stretch on for as far as the eye could see. There were scarcely any trees peppered throughout the moor. In their place, short shrubs and lichens painted the green hillsides in an array of darker greens, purples, and reds. Large slate rocks were scattered throughout the moor, only adding to the alien feel of the landscape. It felt ancient here, Watson noted. It felt as though there were secrets in these halls, and woven through the shrubs and trees here, secrets that had long been buried. Secrets that one could only catch glimpses of when the moon was full, or when the fog happened to shift in just the right way. Though Baskerville Hall was a stunning, regal estate, and the village around it was rather charming, there was a deep sense of loneliness that washed upon whoever passed through here, and Watson was not immune to that feeling. Upon arriving, Watson came to meet Barrymore and his wife, who announced that they would be leaving Sir Henry's service soon. They were left quite unsettled after Charles's death, and they longed to establish a business of their own. That night, as Watson was falling asleep in Baskerville Hall for the first time, he was disturbed by a woman's sobbing. The following morning, he inquired about it at breakfast, causing Mr. Barrymore to get rather flustered. Barrymore insisted that it was not his wife crying, yet Watson could see her eyes were swollen and her lips were red. He decided to investigate whether the telegram had been handed directly to Mr. Barrymore, and was shocked to learn that it had been handed to Mrs. Barrymore instead, who insisted her husband was too busy to receive a telegram. Watson knew he could not cross Mr. Barrymore off his list of suspects just yet. Later that afternoon, Watson was approached by Mr. Stapleton of the nearby Merry Pit House, a local botanist. Mr. Stapleton expressed his desire for Mr. Henry to continue on with Charles's philanthropy. and also noted the silliness of the local legends. He proposed that Charles was not killed by a beast, but rather that he was scared to death, something that would be fairly easy considering his heart condition. Watson was surprised to learn that Mr. Stapleton knew of his medical condition. The two walked along the moor together, soaking in the moody atmosphere that the fog and barren landscape brought. Stapleton warned Watson of the dangers of the moor, including the Great Grimpen Mire, a portion of the moor where one could be sucked down like they had stepped into quicksand. Stapleton wandered off, chasing after a butterfly, just as Miss Stapleton appeared. The sister of Mr. Stapleton. She was a beauty who looked nothing like him. As Watson tried to introduce himself, he was cut off by her, insisting that he should go back to London and that he should say nothing to her brother. Watson was surprised by this, and even more surprised when Mr. Stapleton reappeared, and he learned that Miss Stapleton mistook Watson for Sir Henry when she gave him the warning. As they said goodbye for the day, Miss Stapleton raced to Watson's side, urging him to forget about her previous warnings. Watson tried to press her for more details, but she said nothing. Several days later, Watson penned down his latest findings and tales from the journey in his journal. He noted a story of a convict that had escaped from a nearby prison and was apparently wandering the moors for 2 weeks. Yet another mystery in this strange place. On top of that, Watson suspected there was a budding romance between Miss Stapleton and Sir Henry. Mr. Stapleton, of course, seemed unhappy that Sir Henry was pursuing his sister. Watson investigated and questioned Barrymore about the telegram. Barrymore insisted that he was home when the telegram arrived, but Watson was far from convinced, and matters were only made worse when one night he awakened to the sound of footsteps outside his door. When Watson rose to his feet and looked out into the hall, he saw Barrymore walk up to a window and hold his candle aloft, as if he was signaling someone down at the moor. Watson managed to make it to his bedroom before being spotted, but the discovery left him with more questions than answers. And, to complicate matters further, Watson continued to hear the cries of Mrs. Barrymore at night. After investigating the window with views of the moor, Watson started to believe that Barrymore was having an affair with a local country girl. But he decided an investigation was necessary to know for sure. After staking out for 2 nights, Watson caught Mr. Barrymore again, signaling someone in the moor, and someone signaling back. After interrogating him unsuccessfully, it was Mrs. Barrymore who came forward and revealed the mystery. Her brother was the escaped convict, and they had been feeding and clothing him. Watson consulted with Sir Henry, and they both decided they had to capture the convict. Following the light, they were startled by the sounds of loud moaning and howling, clear calls of a wolf. It took all of their courage to press forward. However, as soon as they spotted the convict, he managed to escape, leaving them empty-handed. On the way back through the moor, they were surprised to notice the silhouette of a person they soon learned was evidently residing in one of the ancient huts on the moor and regularly received food parcels from a young boy. They knew they had to investigate the man on the moor, but first they had to have a discussion with Barrymore regarding the convict and their next steps with him. After speaking with Barrymore for quite some time, Watson and Sir Henry decided to let the convict go. He was just biding time before he could get on a ship bound for South Africa, and he wouldn't be harming anyone. Relieved by them agreeing to let the convict escape, Barrymore offered up a clue that he had long hidden. Sir Charles was going to meet a woman the night that he died. A woman with the initials LL. Watson learned from Mortimer that LL was none other than Laura Lyons, a woman who married an artist against her family's will and was disowned as a result. When Watson visited her, she reluctantly disclosed that Sir Charles supported her financially after Stapleton informed him of her situation. Laura claimed to have been unable to meet Sir Charles the night that he died, but refused to say why. With no answers from Laura Lyons, Watson headed out to investigate the man he spotted on the moor. The man in the hut. He eagerly awaited his return. But when the man returned, he was utterly surprised to learn that it was none other than Holmes in disguise. Holmes revealed that he had been hiding on the moor so that the culprit would not know of his direct involvement. In his hiding, Holmes had discovered several things. Laura and Mr. Stapleton were incredibly close, and Beryl, the woman claiming to be Mr. Stapleton's sister, was actually his wife. Stapleton is who Holmes believed to be the culprit. He was using Beryl to trick Laura and Sir Henry, and used Laura to lure Sir Charles into the moor. They were on their way to visit Laura Lyons, but were interrupted by a scream. Following the direction of the scream, they discovered the convict lying dead in what appeared to be Sir Henry's clothes. It seemed the Hound had been taught to go after Sir Henry using his scent, and by wearing his clothes, the convict had put himself at risk. Just moments later, Stapleton arrived, assuming the dead man was Sir Henry, but was shocked to discover it wasn't. Wanting to defuse the situation and make Stapleton think they weren't suspicious of him, Watson suggested the convict had simply fallen and broken his neck. Stapleton went home, reassured that the detectives weren't onto him. Next, Holmes and Watson headed to Laura's house, where Holmes revealed Stapleton's secret marriage. Laura was crushed by this and revealed the truth. Stapleton offered to marry her if she got a divorce, but doing so would have required help from Sir Charles. She wrote a letter to Sir Charles on Stapleton's orders, urging him to meet her by the gates on that fateful night. With answers finally in place, Watson and Holmes headed to Stapleton's estate. Upon their arrival, they found Sir Henry talking to Mr. Stapleton when a thick fog started encompassing the estate. On Sir Henry's walk back, the detectives followed him, desperate to protect him from the Hound. And when the Hound finally emerged, they were stunned. It was massive, the size of a lioness, and it seemed to glow in the darkness. They managed to kill the beast just before it attacked Sir Henry. Upon inspecting the beast, they discovered it was covered in phosphorus to make it glow, and was a bloodhound mastiff mix. The following day, Mrs. Stapleton led the detectives to her husband's hiding place in the dangerous mire, where he often kept his hounds. They discovered the phosphorus that made the bloodhound glow, along with several of Stapleton's belongings. And not only that, but they discovered his boot sunken in the mire. It appeared that the culprit had been swallowed by the mire. Back at home, the detectives unraveled the case for Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer. Holmes revealed that Stapleton was actually the son of Roger Baskerville. He lived in South America and married Beryl, a native Costa Rican. After embezzling money, he changed his name and fled to the safety of England. Wanting to collect his family fortune, he decided he had to get Sir Charles and any other heirs of family wealth out of the way. After such madness, Sir Charles and Dr. Mortimer set off on a vacation. And as for the detectives, they headed back to London, where more mysteries awaited them. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of restful, peaceful sleep. Please, join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I am Laura, and today I would like you to be my fellow traveller on our shared journey to faraway lands and times. Will Robin Hood, the politest robber in all of England, be able to win the golden arrow? Let's first relax and then find out. A long time ago, during the medieval period, a time in history where knights, princesses, and kings lived in big solid stone castles. King Richard the Lionheart ruled over England. Richard the Lionheart was a kind and just king. The English people loved him, and they followed his every command wholeheartedly. And under his rule, England grew secure and prosperous. But the time came when King Richard had to go on an all-important crusade in a faraway land. So, he entrusted the throne to his brother, Prince John. Prince John was to rule England in his place until he got back from the crusade. Don't worry, brother. While you're at the crusades, I will take excellent care of England, Prince John said to Richard, shedding crocodile tears. But as soon as King Richard and his knights were out of sight, Prince John gave an evil grin. England now belongs to me, he claimed, as he rubbed his hands. Unlike Richard the Lionheart, Prince John was lazy, greedy, and cared only for gold. And because what he wanted to do was just sit and eat on the throne the whole day, he appointed the Sheriff of Nottingham to do most of his wicked deeds for him, a task that the sheriff delighted in doing. And so began the evil rule of Prince John and the Sheriff of Nottingham. They taxed the people of England until they could no longer pay. And when that happened, they took whatever they wanted. The people were miserable under Prince John's rule. One of those people who fell victim to Prince John's rule was a nobleman named Robin of Locksley. Robin, like King Richard, went to fight in the Crusades. But when he came back, instead of a hearty thank you, he found his mansion burned down. The Sheriff of Nottingham also hunted him down for crimes that he didn't commit. When the sheriff and his men came to arrest him, Robin escaped the Sheriff of Nottingham by hiding in the thick and mysterious Sherwood Forest. Since he was now a wanted man, Robin stayed in Sherwood Forest. It wasn't long before other men, who also fell victim to the unjust rule of Prince John and the Sheriff of Nottingham, joined him. Among these were Little John, who was not so little at 7 feet, Will Scarlet, Much the miller's son, and Friar Tuck. These small bands of misfits worked together to bring justice back in their own way. They stole the gold that the Sheriff of Nottingham unjustly collected and gave it back to the poor. And it wasn't long before the English dubbed Robin of Locksley and his friends as Robin Hood and his merry men, the bandits who robbed from the rich and gave to the poor. And this is one of their stories. Robin Hood and his merry men were always a step ahead of the Sheriff of Nottingham. They stole from him every occasion they could, and made him look like a fool. One day, after being tricked several times by Robin Hood and his men out of a few thousand pieces of gold just a few days before, the sheriff was drinking ale with his friend, the abbot. I have to say that I am impressed by how you are handling being taken for a fool by Robin and his gang last week. Most of the time, you'd be breaking things and having a big fit, the abbot said to the sheriff. My dear abbot, I've decided that throwing a fit and having the guards go after Robin and his men is useless. I've tried to use muscle before and it didn't work. This time I'll use my brains. If I can't capture Robin Hood, I have a plan that'll have Robin Hood and his pesky merry men come to me, the sheriff said as he took a big gulp of the frothy ale. The ale tasted more bitter than usual. The sheriff wasn't sure if it was just the ale itself, or if it was the fact that they tricked him into having dinner with Robin and his gang just last week. He unknowingly ate with the enemy, and they even made him promise not to hurt them. He still felt ill whenever he thought about it. Well, he had no intention of keeping that promise. "Sheriff, you were going to tell me the plan to capture Robin Hood," the abbot said, interrupting the sheriff's thoughts. "Ah, yes. The plan is simple, dear abbot. I plan to lure Robin and his gang to my trap by holding an archery contest," the sheriff said, an evil smile curling on his lips. The abbot looked at his friend and shook his head, not sure if he had heard him correctly. "Surely you are joking. Robin Hood wouldn't remain at large for this long, even though he is the most wanted man in England. If he were a simpleton, he won't fall easily for your trap." "You underestimate the simplicity of this plan, Abbot. Trust me. I know Robin Hood. He won't be able to resist," the sheriff said, as he smiled and raised his mug to the abbot for a toast. "To the capture of Robin Hood," the sheriff said loudly as he clinked his mug with the abbot's. The sheriff's plan came to him when he was watching an archery contest. During those days, archery was the most popular sport in England. Everyone in the land knew that the title for the best archer in North England belonged to Robin Hood. Given this, the Sheriff of Nottingham appealed to Robin's vanity to claim his title. The archery event was to be on a Sunday and was to be held at the grounds just outside the castle walls. The prize for the contest was an arrow, but it wasn't just any ordinary arrow. It was an arrow with its shaft made of white gold and feathered and tipped in yellow gold. A majestic prize that anyone would be proud of. Just as the sheriff predicted, the news of the tournament reached Robin. He was very interested in taking part in the competition. But more so than that, this event was another opportunity for him to outwit the Sheriff of Nottingham. For him, it was something better than the prized golden arrow. He blew his horn, a signal for his band to meet under the ancient yew tree. When everyone was ready and gathered around, he spoke to them. "Men, I have exciting news for you. We are joining the archery contest organised by the Sheriff of Nottingham next week. I wish to take the golden arrow to Sherwood Forest. This is also another opportunity for us to put one over the sheriff," he said, showing them a piece of paper that contained the details of the event. However, instead of being met with the usual applause, there was silence. Robin Hood's outlaws didn't agree with his plan because they thought that the idea was a bit too bold and crazy. "Robin, as your friend, I don't agree with this plan. It's obviously a trap that the sheriff set especially for you," Little John said to Robin, shaking his head. "Don't worry, Little John. The sheriff made a promise that he will not lift a finger to harm us," Robin reassured his men. "We will see in a week if the sheriff will keep his word," Little John sighed. He knew the sheriff never kept his word on anything. On the day of the contest, Robin came with 100 of his men, who were all in disguise. But he selected only the best 5 sharpshooters to join him in the competition. The others were to crowd around him, to keep him away from the sheriff's gaze, until it was his turn to shoot the arrow. As an added precaution, he wore a hood that concealed his face. The contest went on uneventfully until the competition reached the final 5 archers, 4 of Robin's men and him. When it was their turn, Little John, Much the Miller's son, and Will Scarlet all took their turn at aiming their long bow at the target. They hit the mark right in the bullseye. The crowd cheered. It was Robin's turn. He strolled from the crowd, his head bowed down. The sheriff was watching him from his chair, and he recognized Robin Hood right away. Not by his face, but by his confident stride. The sheriff grabbed the edge of his seat and leaned forward, his eyes never leaving Robin Hood. "Take your prize, Robin Hood, and I will take mine," he said, smiling. He then turned to the captain of the guards and gave a little nod. This nod was a signal for them to be ready. The most wanted man in England will soon be in his hands. Robin Hood slowly aimed at the archery target, and his arrow split the arrow that was embedded in the bullseye. With this, he had secured his place as the winner of the tournament. When the competition ended, Robin, with the hood still on, went forward to the sheriff's tent to take his prize. When he accepted the golden arrow, he held it above his head for everyone to see. Word has gotten out that the real identity of the winner was none other than Robin Hood, the most wanted man in North England. Many people cheered, others booed. Still, others said nothing at all, in fear of incurring the sheriff's wrath. While Robin Hood was still holding the arrow above his head, the sheriff signalled for his men to crowd around Robin to capture him. Robin's men, the outlaws of Sherwood, were expecting this kind of betrayal from the sheriff, and they prepared their long bows, ready to fire. They shot their arrows at the sheriff's men, and the sheriff's men shot their arrows towards Robin's outlaws. In a split second, arrows flew in both directions, and even in the direction of the spectators. People who didn't want to get involved in the fight ran screaming to the safety of the city gates. Arrows from both sides were flying back and forth, and the arrows hit and injured people on both sides. An arrow hit one of Robin's best friends, Little John, on the leg. Much the miller's son and Will Scarlet refused to leave him, even if Little John insisted. They took turns carrying the 7-foot man on their back away from the flying arrows. "Retreat! Men, follow me!" Robin Hood shouted above the surrounding chaos while trying to shoot an arrow from his longbow. Robin and his men fought their way to the good knight's castle. Robin helped the honourable knight when he was down on his luck, and they became excellent friends after that. The castle was a sturdy one, made of thick slabs of stone, high walls, and with a double moat for added protection. When Robin and his outlaws were safely inside the castle, the good knight ordered his men to raise the drawbridge and close all the gates. The sheriff and his men arrived and surrounded the castle. But despite their numbers, they were not strong enough to break through the castle's defences. The sheriff threw his sword on the ground in anger. Inside the castle, the knight welcomed his old friend with a mighty hug. "Welcome, old friend. You and your men will stay safe in the castle, and you stay for as long as you want. Never mind the sheriff. Let his men lay siege upon us if they wish, for my castle is strong, and we have enough food to feast on for 40 days. The knight then ordered his doctors to tend to Robin Hood's wounded men, and in no time they were bandaged up. After a while, the sheriff realised that he was in no position to win this battle, and came to the castle walls, carrying a white flag of peace. He wanted to talk and negotiate. The knight, who was a gentleman, stood by the walls and waited for the sheriff to say his piece. "Good knight, do you want to be a traitor to your king? I'm sure that you know that you are protecting a criminal, and not just any criminal. The most wanted man in all of North England, the sheriff shouted angrily. My dear sheriff, let it be known to all the land that I am protecting Robin Hood and his men. And there is no way that I am betraying my dear friend. Truth be told, sheriff, it is you who is the true criminal here, with your excessive taxes and unjust interpretation of the law, the knight replied. The sheriff was red in the face. When the knight finished his reply, King Richard will know how you sided with an outlaw. You can count on that, he sputtered. He threw the white flag to the muddy ground and left in a huff, his men close behind. I'll get you both for this, he muttered under his breath. Very well, you do that, dear sheriff, the knight replied. He then went back to Robin and his men, who now settled in the great hall of the castle. Stay as long as you want, old friend. I don't think that the sheriff will bother you for a while. He is too busy licking his wounds, the knight said, laughing. Robin and his men stayed for a few days at the castle, until his men recovered enough to walk by themselves out of the knight's castle. Robin and his merry men returned to the protection of the Sherwood Forest, and their life soon returned to normal. The only reminder of the almost tragic event was the golden arrow that Robin had shot from his long bow into the old yew tree. As for the sheriff, he is still plotting his revenge against Robin and his men, and who knows what kind of trouble he will bring Robin and his merry men next time. And that's the end of the story of Robin Hood and the Golden Arrow. I hope that you've enjoyed listening as much as I've enjoyed reading it to you. Good night, and see you again next time.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we dive into a retelling of a work of literary genius, Alexandre Dumas, the Count of Monte Cristo. We will follow the tale of Edmond Dantes as he escapes from prison after being wrongly imprisoned in the cold fortress of Chateau d'If off the coast of Marseille. We will join him as he spends grim days in the large fortress and initiates his escape, an escape forged on hope and patience. The port of Marseille was alive with the eagerness of a happy crowd. Palm trees swayed in the light breeze, and the turquoise blue waters of the Mediterranean seemed to sparkle even brighter than they usually did. On the horizon, a ship was gradually making its way into port. A ship that the people were awaiting with bright smiles on their faces and excitement in their hearts. The Pharaoh, a ship that had been gone to sea for quite some time, was arriving, and the owner, Monsieur Morel, was thrilled to see his ship return to port. As the ship docked, Morel admired the beauty of it. The sleek wood edges, the strong and powerful mast that glowed against the bright blue sky, the noises the boat made against the soft, rolling waves. But Morel was not prepared for the news that awaited him. The journey of the Pharaoh had not been as bright and cheery and positive as this beautiful Mediterranean day was, Edmond Dantes was the first to step off the ship. He removed his hat from his head and informed Morel that something tragic had happened on their journey. The original captain fell ill and passed away, leaving young Dantes in charge. Morel was greatly impressed with Dantes's performance as a temporary captain, as well as his eloquence and kindness in telling Morel the news. At only 19 years old, Dantes was already a better leader than scores of men that Morel had encountered. Danglars, the ship's supercargo in charge of all financial matters, was enveloped in jealousy at the sight of Dantes getting such praise. He told Morel that Dantes forced the ship to stop on the Isle of Elba, which cost them much time in their journey. Morel was surprised to hear this and confronted Dantes with the accusation, only for Dantes to calmly tell Morel the truth. Dantes stopped the ship in Elba to appease the captain's dying request. He deeply desired to deliver a package to General Bertrand, the exiled Grand Marshal who worked for Napoleon Bonaparte. Morel was impressed with Dantes's handling of the situation, and as such, he awarded Dantes with the honor of being the permanent captain of the ship. Dantes was ecstatic, thrilled to be given such an honor at such a young age. Meanwhile, Danglars stood at the edge of the ship, overcome with jealousy and anger. After being gone for so long, Dantes travelled back to his childhood home to tell his father the good news. There, he was surprised to see his father looking worse for wear. Though Dantes left his father with some money, a tailor named Caderousse demanded that he pay a debt which Dantes owed, leaving him with little money to survive on. Not yet one to be filled with rage, Dantes handed to his father gold from his promotion and told him that he could buy whatever he needed. Caderousse visited the house only moments later, and Dantes politely welcomed him in. Caderousse congratulated Dantes on his promotion, but warned him that his luck may change. The woman that Dantes loved dearly, Mercedes, had been seen in the company of another man. Wounded by the possible betrayal, Dantes and Caderousse travelled to Mercedes to see if he had truly been jilted. Instead, Dantes was love-struck at the sight of the beautiful and graceful Mercedes. Mercedes greeted him with a bright smile and threw her arms around him, embracing him fully and deeply. Her cousin, Fernand Mondego, stalked off at the sight of them in such a passionate embrace. For years, he had been trying to woo Mercedes, but he was truly no match for a man like Dantes, and Mercedes's love for Dantes was unmatched. Later, the group decided to drink together. While Caderousse and Danglars tried to stoke Fernand's anger, Dantes and Mercedes sat at the other end of the table, blissfully unaware. They could not keep their eyes off of each other, and with each stolen glance between them, they found themselves falling more madly in love. By the end of the dinner, the two had an exciting announcement. They were to be wed the next day. Dantes was due to travel to Paris to deliver something as part of the late captain's last wishes. Dantes chose not to go into detail about what he was delivering, but he didn't have to. Filled with rage and jealousy, Danglars began to weave a story in his mind. He suspected that Dantes was delivering a letter given to him on the Isle of Elba by those who were loyal to Napoleon, people who were trying to assist him in a plot to overthrow the French government. Hatred is an ugly thing, and it adds fuel to a fire. The idea of a letter brought a plot to Danglars' mind, a plot that would change the course of Dantes's life forever. As Dantes and Mercedes slipped off for the night, eager to catch up and exchange affections in the dim candlelight of a French night, the three men sat around the table, letting their frustration grow and grow. After much deliberation, Danglars drafted a letter to the public prosecutor, telling him that Dantes was due to deliver a letter for Bonapartists in Paris from Napoleon himself. Caderousse stood up from the table, upset with this plan. He did not want to defame Dantes's character, though as soon as he left the inn, Fernand gathered the letter and mailed it, sending it off to the public prosecutor. The next day was meant to be a day of love, of passion, of union. Dantes and Mercedes sat at a banquet table, overflowing with lush, luxurious food for their betrothal feast. Glowing in the candlelight, the two could not take their eyes off of each other. Their love had no bounds, and they were delighted to be united for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, their romantic evening took a rather dramatic twist. As the two were toasting to one another, gazing at each other with passion and love sparkling in their eyes, the doors flung open. The royal guard burst into the room, demanding Dantes's immediate arrest. All of the guests looked at one another in utter confusion. Dantes himself was confused, but not yet alarmed. He knew he was an honest man who had done nothing wrong, so, kindly, he agreed to go with the royal guard without a fight. He kissed his beloved bride goodbye as he was whisked away, leaving her with tears of confusion in her eyes. In the wake of the mayhem, Danglars offered to take over the Pharaon as captain until Dantes was released. He was pleased with himself and very, very pleased that his plan was working as he had hoped. Dantes's betrothal feast was not the only one taking part on the grim, drizzly summer afternoon. Across town, two aristocrats were celebrating in a much more luxurious fashion. Gerard de Villefort, chief deputy prosecutor, was celebrating his union with the daughter of Marquis de Saint-Méran. Villefort was a man with a family engulfed in drama. His father was a well-known Bonapartist. In order to keep his power as Napoleon lost his, Villefort publicly aligned himself with the Royalists. He renounced his father with passion, severing his relationship with him forever. In order to gain the trust of the Royalists and people of France, Villefort swore to the guests gathered at the betrothal feast that he would punish any Bonapartists with the utmost brutality and would ensure they were locked away for life. Just as he made the announcement, he was swept away to deal with a Bonapartist plot. A plot that Dantes was said to be involved in. When Villefort confronted Dantes with the accusation, Dantes answered honestly. The letter he had was, indeed, from Napoleon, but he had no political involvement in the matter. He was merely carrying out the dying wish of a captain he greatly admired. Dantes had no ties to anything, no allegiance, except to the love of his father, of Mercedes, and his strong respect for Monsieur Morel. Villefort found himself in admiration of Dantes's honesty and strong character. He thought, for a moment, decided that he was going to let Dantes go, until Dantes uttered the name of the intended letter recipient, Monsieur Notier, Villefort's father. Villefort wanted to fall to his knees with grief, with the sheer anxiety and worry pounding through his body. He could not, under any circumstances, allow his father's treason to be known by anyone. He felt he had no choice. He had to destroy the letter and send Dantes away for the rest of his life. Dantes was shocked when Villefort sent him away, and not just anywhere. Dantes found himself at the Château d'If, a prison situated on an island off the coast of Marseille. It was a cruel prison, a damp prison, a prison reserved for only the most dangerous political prisoners in France. Shocked by what has become of him, with no fair trial, Dantes yelled at the guards, demanding to speak to the governor, to anyone. But Dantes was denied, and his outburst landed him in the dungeon. On the way down, the guard told Dantes of perhaps the most insane man in the prison, a man who repeatedly promised the guards millions of francs in exchange for his freedom. Back on the mainland, Villefort found himself engulfed by regret. Mercedes came to him, desperate to find out what had become of her love. And at the heart of everything, Villefort knew Dantes was not guilty. Yet, he had his own life to save, his own country to save. He told the king of Napoleon's plot, but it was days too late. Napoleon had already landed on the shores of France. In spite of being late, the king was pleased with Villefort and admired his loyalty greatly. However, it didn't take long for Napoleon to reclaim France as his own. Morel, who was desperate for the return of Dantes, approached Villefort with desperation, urging him to release Dantes. Bonapartism was no longer a crime, so he believed that Dantes should be set free. However, Villefort could not allow Dantes to be released, for he feared Dantes telling the public the truth, and feared Dantes' revenge. He was not the only one, however. Danglars moved to Madrid, fearing Dantes would return and seek revenge on him for his hand in the plot to have him imprisoned. Meanwhile, Mercedes, devastated by the loss of her beloved, was comforted by Fernand, who was able to win her gratitude and hand by helping her through her grief. Grief she had no idea he was behind. Though Napoleon only reigned as the ruler of France for 100 days before he was once more overthrown, Dantes remained imprisoned. For the first dreary 6 years of his imprisonment, Dantes spent long hours speaking with God. His prayers provided him with some light in the darkness of his total isolation and loneliness. With his desire to set out on the sea once more, his desire to be with his love. But soon, the prayer wasn't enough. Dantes couldn't bring himself to eat. He was so sick with hopelessness and despair. Just as the despair took over his body, he awakened to the sound of light scratching on the wall of his cell. Confused, he began to dig toward the noise. For hours, he matched the scraping on the other side, and then light bled through the wall. The hole crumbled into existence there. His neighbor, Abbé Faria, also known as the Mad Priest, emerged. He was jailed for his political beliefs, and for many years he has been trapped here unfairly. Dantes was thrilled to have a companion after so many years alone. But Faria was less pleased. He had thought for several weeks he was digging a tunnel to freedom. Though the guard told Dantes Faria was insane, Dantes quickly came to see that Faria was anything but. His cell was lined with pen, ink, paper, lamps, and other home goods that he had managed to fashion out of random items in the cell. The two swapped their life stories in the light of a flickering candle. And as soon as Dantes told Faria of his woes, Faria was able to put the puzzle together. He told Dantes he was surely framed by Danglars and Fernand, and even more shockingly, told Dantes that Noirtier was Villefort's father. The plot against him became clear. Dantes found himself no longer sick with grief, but emboldened by a deep, deep desire for revenge. For several years, Dantes and Faria worked together. Faria taught Dantes everything he knew about the world, educating him in several languages, in mathematics, and even in philosophy. When they weren't speaking of education, they were planning how to escape. Just as they were set to put the plan for escape into motion, however, Faria found himself paralyzed, making him unable to escape. Dantes swore to stay by his side for as long as Faria lived. As it became clear to both of them that Faria's end was approaching, he told Dantes about hidden treasure on the island of Monte Cristo. Long ago, it was hidden by the Spada family, a family Faria worked for. All the Spada's belongings were left to Faria, and now he was leaving them to Dantes, who had become his son after their years imprisoned together. Faria handed Dantes a slip of paper detailing the treasure's location on the island. Soon after, Faria peacefully passed away, devastated by the loss, but still desperate to escape. Dantes hid himself in the bag that was meant for Faria's body. Later that night, Dantes was cast into the sea in the bag. Using a knife he concealed on his person, he was able to escape the bag. He swam to freedom on a nearby island, one that he remembered was uninhabited during his sailing days. As he grew closer and closer to the island, his heart raced more and more. He was exhausted, having not moved this much in years. And as he lay on the sand of the nearby island, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stared at the night sky overhead, feeling as though he was taking his first breath in nearly 10 years. The feeling of the water on his legs, the breeze brushing over him, the beauty of the stars overhead, it was all blissfully overwhelming. Dantes had to get off the island, and he was in luck. A nearby ship picked him up, and he told them that he was the lone survivor of a ship crash days earlier. He worked in the crew of smugglers for quite some time, and the men grew to love him dearly as a hard worker and as a friend. Soon, the ship settled on the island of Monte Cristo for a night. When they did, Dantes saw his opportunity. He told the men he had an injury and could not be moved, urging them to return for him in a week. With the crew gone, Dantes searched the island for the treasure of the Spada family. He dug at the spot that the map indicated, and in it, he uncovered a treasure greater than he could have possibly imagined. The diamonds and gold sparkled in the sunlight, more beautiful than anything he had ever seen before. Moved, Dantes fell to his knees, thanking God for the journey he had sent him on. When the crew returned, he boarded the ship, carrying a few carefully hidden diamonds with him. In port, Dantes sold some of the diamonds in order to purchase a yacht and sailed back to Monte Cristo for the rest of the treasure. He awarded Jacopo, one of the smugglers who was kind to him, with his own crew and ship. Fueled even more in his quest for revenge, Dantes disguised himself as an Italian priest and traveled to the home of Cadarus. He and his ill wife were poverty-stricken and Dantes was disturbed to see it. Pretending to be the executor of Dantes's will, Dantes told Caderousse that he came into a fortune while imprisoned and wanted the money split between his father, Caderousse, Danglars, Fernand, and Mercedes. Hungry for money and wanting it all to himself, Caderousse told Dantes of the truth behind the plot against him. Though Dantes already knew this from Faria's deduction, moved to tears, Caderousse told Dantes that he has been tormented by guilt since Dantes was imprisoned. He wanted his former friend to be released, but there was nothing he could do. Dantes found himself moved by the display. Truly, Caderousse had been devastated, and so he gave Caderousse a diamond to keep for himself, declaring Caderousse was the only true friend of Dantes. Dantes learned of the fate of everyone else. Danglars became one of the wealthiest men in Paris, and Fernand too became incredibly wealthy. He and Mercedes lived together in Paris. Morel was at the edge of financial ruin, having given Dantes's father much money and having had many of his ships sunk or lost at sea. Dantes was displeased to hear all this news, but he knew what he must do. He worked in the shadows to return the purse to Morel, although this time it was filled with notes of all of Morel's debts. Debts that he had paid in full. He also enclosed a diamond to be used as a dowry, so that Morel's daughter could marry the man she was madly in love with. From outside, Dantes watched the celebration between the family members. He was pleased with himself, pleased to reward a man who had been so kind to him. For the next 10 years, Dantes enjoyed his wealth and planned his revenge. Having bought the island of Monte Cristo and the title of Count, he referred to himself as the Count of Monte Cristo. And now was the time to set his plan into motion. He set out to meet Albert, the son of Fernand and Mercedes. Upon meeting him, he discovered that Albert was engaged to Danglars' wealthy daughter, although the engagement seemed quite unhappy. Dantes bought himself a house outside of Paris, wanting to be closer to the affairs of those who wronged him and their children. He brought a Greek slave named Heidi and set her free, believing she shouldn't be kept imprisoned. Gradually, the two became more and more connected, and Dantes found himself falling in love with her, something he didn't think possible. Dantes worked hard to ensure Danglars lost his fortune for betraying him, and in the midst of all the drama amongst the families, was able to work so that long-kept secrets were revealed. Secrets that ended with both Villefort and Fernand dead from their own guilt and grief, and Danglars held hostage until he repented. Pleased that his revenge was complete, Dantes was finally able to enjoy the life he had made for himself. Heidi declared her love for him and he helped arrange the union between Monsieur Morel's son and Villefort's daughter, who were madly in love, though his quest was long and filled with dangers. Dantes did two things that allowed him to succeed. He hoped, and he was patient. I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, relaxing sleep. Please, join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.